Party people in the place to be, live from 58 Dream Street. We're Jameson with Games. Not my smoothest glasses putting on of all time, but here we are. Good morning, Cedric. All right, it's Sunday. The lighting is unmanageable. I have two ring lights blasting on me, but I also have a window with a white curtain, so the morning sunlight is too much for any light on this side to counteract. What are you going to do? The game is Blueprints. It's time for our fourth session. Probably going to be the shortest session yet, but who knows? There was another time. Session 2 I thought was going to be shorter, and it turned out not to be. Danielle's going to keep me posted on the evolving state of our afternoon Father's Day plans with her family. And we'll see what happens. Okay. Let's fire it up. I really appreciate that Blueprints does not capture the mouse cursor. Makes it actually a pretty smooth experience to get it fired up over there, play it over here. Got to turn my own headphones down a bit. Different audio levels coming from the game on the PC versus coming from the capture card that my Switch is running through when I'm playing Suikoden on Saturdays. Okay, here we are. Playing Blueprints. Day 18. Actually, it feels like hard to believe that I've only done 17 days in the game so far, but there we go. We made some good discoveries last time. I don't think I have any one particular agenda item top of mind for today. But if we return to either the office or the study, I have a newfound... I had discovered the 8 dates, crack 8 safes. And I have a theory about what the rest of the message might be. Obviously, please nobody confirm or deny my theory. But where did I draw this? Did I do it in the back? Somewhere in... I saw it. No, I didn't. It doesn't matter. I don't need to look at it to tell you that I thought we had 2 messages going on in the grid based on the sketch pairs. I was thinking we had... Oh, hey, we're starting the day with 2 gems. Very nice. I thought we had... something, 2 two-letter words, count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. And the only letter for the 2 words I have is a W to start the second word. And the thought that occurred to me is, what if the first 2-letter word is if? Because probably the 2-letter word starting with W, it's probably we. So if we count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes, maybe I'm going to find a small gate with a passcode combination. So maybe it's all one message. That's what I'm saying. So I had that message last time. And at the very least for the parlor safe, I was overthinking it. Because I was thinking, boy, we find a lot of dates in this game. There's lots of different formats you can put those dates in. So I was starting to keep a log of dates, which I'm sure I'll continue to do. But within this log of dates, I saw many potential options, and I was punching them into all 3 of the safes that I found so far without success. And then I was at the parlor safe, and I tried all the dates I was going to try, and I was like, it doesn't work. And I was like, well, I should go back to the clue picture. And I was still overthinking it because I thought, I know it's a picture of Christmas. Maybe we can figure out what year the Christmas was. And I'm looking at it, and then I realized Christmas is a date. Christmas happens on the same date every year. And indeed, it turns out that either 1225 or 2512 will open that thing. So if I get back to the office or the study, or if I find some other safe, I'll see if that room itself contains the suggestion of a date. Let's do the spare room here, just to flesh out the map. The part that you can't even see because we're just getting started. But get our southwest corner locked down. And I'll take the pantry here. Get some money and get some steps back from the free food in the pantry. It's a mere banana. I don't have any salt anymore, so I can't salt the banana. Which, again, I keep making these jokes, but, like, I've had many delicious banana dishes that involved salt, usually in the form of salted caramel. And again, in the interest of fleshing out the lower rank, I actually don't know if it's true to say always, but what I have been trying to do, let's get more gems. Why not? And this will preserve 4 pathways into the second rank, which I like. If I haven't been doing it all 3 times after the first session, I will certainly try to start now, which is first day of the run. Hey, wait a minute. Can I get back there? Yes, but to what end? To no end? To no end. Also, I've been saying the parlor safe when I clearly meant the boudoir safe. Okay. Let's do our knights and knaves puzzle. The gems are in the black box. The gems are in the white box. Only one box displays a true statement. So, obviously this must be true, because these two can't both be true. Which means if only one box displays a true statement, and that's true, it's actually this box. And then the gems are in the white box, gems are in the black box. The gems are in the blue box. Hooray! All right. Well, second rank. Yeah, I think what I'll try to do with the first day of the day is make it a day where I get down to business. I'm going to take the breakfast nook. That's a big discovery from last time. Found the Swan Song password to the login system, which I now have to remember to use in every different place where there's a computer, since the different computers will give me access to different things. At least one of them, I think, lets me... there's stuff. There is stuff. There will be stuff. We'll find it. 10 extra steps, and the morning room is now in the draft pool. Okay. Day 18, not off to a bad start. Good morning, Stupinski. It's all relative, my friend. Let's see. I mean, obviously the den immediately gets us northward paths. Yeah, I'll take it. How often am I going to care about getting back to that hallway? We get a free gem. Oh, forgot that I started a log of all the chess pieces. Oh, nice. When you say another try, do you mean you tried making it again, or like you had like leftovers of the one you already made? Seems likely that it's the latter, since I don't recall you saying yesterday, "Oh no, Potato casserole turned out horrible. The proliferation of clocks in the den. Nice. The proliferation of clocks in the den makes it feel like there must be something going on. But as far as I can tell, all the clocks are right. So I'm not so sure. What's this red letter? Is that just telling me that I found one letter so far? Because that's what was in the parlor, not the parlor safe. Right? Another big, huge accomplishment, especially because within the tomb, I solved the tomb puzzle to get access to the catacombs, the abandoned mine, and the reservoir. And now that I've seen the reservoir, I know how to manipulate it with the pump room, or I feel very confident that I do. Because Simon, even though he can glide on the air every morning, he climbs up a tree and then does his flying squirrel routine down to the front door. He's not willing to get his pants wet or to glide over the water to get to the boat. But there's a rowboat down there that I bet we can use. Well, none of these are great options, although at least we already have one northward path. I only have 4 coins, so I don't think it's commissary time yet. And it would be a lot of walking. Ugh. Oh, right, yep. That is a problem some vampires have, depending on your mythology. That'll be quite a twist. Okay. Well, that'll do nothing. I guess I'll do the secret passage, and at least then I get to pick the color of whatever will fill out this rank. Hopefully I'll get at least one other north-facing door. I got all these gems. Okay. Here we are in the secret passage. It's true. In a very... they live in a very mysterious mansion. Although I do get the impression... from some of the lore text, so to speak, of the world, I do get the impression that it's actually true that I think I'm going to go with the green room. It's actually true that like this is what buildings are like. Like there's a magazine for drafting strategies. Which really only makes sense in the context of a world where everybody's doing that all the time. Ha! The aquarium would be interesting to have, but I think the morning room, keep the gems flowing, and also the northward path. Especially because if I find the pump, if I find the pump room, I can find out what cruel shit you can do by draining the aquarium. Not that I'm super excited to do that. The morning room. Any, you know what board games you might wind up playing? I still haven't played Wingspan, which I got for Christmas. This is more Danielle's fault than mine. Although I love you, babe. Just in case she heard that. And we read about this. The morning room. Feels like the morning room should also offer me breakfast. Oh. At least it gave me a shovel. Nice. Okay. 2 complete ranks. That's not nothing. I'll take the West Wing Hall. Halls are boring. but at least they offer lots of possibilities. Ugh. Security room here is kind of annoying. And yet, it's a good one to get as soon as you get it. So, at least it carries through. I just wish it was flipped the other way. If only I had that, whatever thing it is, can't even remember now, that would allow me to, whatever. you know, rotate rooms. I think that I missed a fruit somewhere. Or there's a fruit in this very room. Keycard system. Security level low. Damn it. I forget. You need to confirm the setting. You want the offline mode to unlock so that if we get the utility room. And then what was the... Right, and I can remote access one other place. If I recall correctly. So what's a tavern game? What's that category? So staff services, special orders, place a special order. Ah, okay. Thought there might be specifically like, it's a game you play at the tavern with like over a beer. It's like, I can't imagine what that means. I'm just going to ask for the magnifying glass because I actually got use out of it once last time. All right, have a good time. I wonder if there's ever... oops, hold on. I meant to do a remote terminal access. Feels like there's a... You could make like a fun little board game adaptation of Tapper, maybe. Remote access. Now, I already did one, and but they're all, oh wait, no, that's okay. That Motorhead game had a lot of love put into it to not that much avail. I mean, we didn't put it on the Goon tier, even though it wasn't very fun. So the care they put into it achieved something. I think I've done the laboratory before, but maybe I haven't. Let's connect. Experiment setup. In the laboratory. Oh, right. Yes. So this is the one that I did before, but I'm going to say whenever I spend 2 gems or more drafting a room, I want to gain 1 key for every 2 hallways in my house. We already have 2 hallways, and I got a bunch of gems. Fun. The research logs just tell me what things I make. That would have been a great one to trigger. Wait, Did I make that one? No, that's day one. Somebody else do that? Okay. I'll have to remember to check out the other ones. I know I've been in the office. I'm not sure if I've been in the shelter. I assume that's an outside room. I don't think I have been in it. And then is the fruit just right here? Yes. Okay, good. Like a peach or a nectarine or something. Or it's just an orange and I'm overthinking it. Do. So this is unfortunate. I think of these choices, given that I've just created a situation where I'm going to have to probably do some backtracking at some point, I think the boudoir is not a bad one to do. Also, I can open the safe and I don't need to read the letter again, but I can at least get whatever is there. But the fact that I've made if only I'd done the eat an apple trigger. Got to remember that for next time I set up an experiment. If I have the apple trigger option, to remember that the boudoir is out there. But the apple, does the apple mean apples or does it just mean fruit? Impossible to say with only one go. But 6 steps, not a bad idea. Right now, plus whatever may be. Oh, the safe just stays open. How kind. An extra gem. So once the drafting pool starts playing along. Okay. I think I'm going to double back to the den now while I'm rich in steps and we're early on. It's not ideal to be taking all these steps. But it could also be worse. Ah. That's how I knew. Okay. Courtyard. And I've got the shovel. So this will probably pay off. If only the courtyard was more expensive. I could also tunnel directly through to the foundation if I wanted. But I'm not in that much of a rush to the top rank. Nothing of interest here. Please don't tell me that. Okay, good. There's at least a second one. Just give me something. Come on. A few coins. It's not bad. Looks like 2. Yeah. I would call that a couple rather than a few. Ah, man. Gonna use up my one key. Hopefully I start. Well, it's not a bad payoff. 2 dice and a bunch of coins. I just need to replenish keys before we get too much deeper. Hey, complete 3rd rank. Let's see. Got 2 routes up into the 4th rank. So maybe this is a good time to... I mean, if I drop the storeroom, I definitely get 1 key. If I drop the closet, who knows, though? I'm going to go closet. Does every orange room count as a hallway? Because if that's the case, oh, sweet. My experiment rule, if and when triggered, will really come through with the keys. Oh, man. Breaker box would be useful to have, but I don't really want to break off my progress so harshly, so soon, when there's so much backtracking. So I'm going to redraw. Well, it's not ideal, but I'm going to take the office because at least I've still never gone to the locksmith. And I got a bunch of money, but again, I don't want to cut the thing off. I'm going to go back into the office and Experiment successful. 2 keys. Beautiful. Of course, now I need to get more gems. Not right away, but... Okay, so in here was just... Right. Switch that reveals a safe. So... Oh, right. Can I find an implied date? Or even just like, is there a date on the letter in here? No. Perhaps there's the date recorded somewhere in the computer. Oh, have I written down? No, I haven't. Chess piece here. Is that a king? A queen? I think that's the queen. No, king? Uh-oh. Think it's the king. I'm going to say king and just put a question mark. Not sure to what end I'm learning about all these chess pieces. Okay, is there a date on this? No. But I can remind myself of this. The greenhouse has a broken antechamber lever. Boom, boom. And it's the south entrance. Not sure if those levers stay pulled, because I have pulled one. Ah, right. Yes, I've done this. Issue payroll. Spread gold. If I have to backtrack, which I might wind up having to do, at least I'll have that. Is there any reason that it's better, any benefit to logging into the network from here? Probably not. But you never know. Wait. What are data transfers? They're just not available right now. Okay. Can't connect to a... I thought maybe new computer. So unfortunately, at the very least, there's no implied date jumping out at me. So then there's the... I could try a whole bunch of number combinations. I guess I'll try some. I'm pretty sure I did this already, but just in case. 9, 0, 8, 3, which is written down, I believe, in the conference room as a date. Or not a date, as a safe code. Yeah. Okay. What date could matter to the office? I don't know. I have a list here of things to try, including 7590. Nope. What about 5790? And what about 0507? I have May 7, I have 7590 and then May 2nd, like 0502? Or probably not going to be the other way then. 0205. Nope. Okay. Well, take another look around. You really want the pointing finger hand to be telling you something? But I'm not confident that it is. Do any of these decorations imply dates? Cameras, Cinca brand cameras everywhere. You know, it'd be a cool gimmick. And I mean, maybe it turns out that this is a gimmick that they use. If there was one safe that read your operating system date, and so the answer was always today. But yeah, no. No clue. Okay. Or if there is a clue, I don't see it yet. Oh. Hopefully. Oh, it's locked. Well, I got a bunch of keys just now, so. I think I'll go with the bedroom. Just to get us up to that next rank. Fourth rank not going nearly as smoothly. Yeah, as the first three did. I mean, I still have the potential to fill it out. Looks like we're going up to the fifth rank first. I've already noted the pawn in the bedroom. Oh, free gem. One of the big, I think, benefits to a creator creating a kind of game like this is that you prime your player in such a way that, like, is this a red herring? I mean, it has the word red in it. Can't see how it would be a clue for anything. I think I've inspected it with the magnifying glass. Maybe I haven't. Maybe when I get one, I'll look at it. And it turns out there's like some writing in the squiggles if you look really closely. But it could also just be nothing. And all the game did to make me have all these thoughts is just drop it in front of me. I mean, the dark room is the most flexibility here. The green room is the least. The gymnasium will draw down on my steps, but offer the same level of flexibility. And I've got a lot of steps. I think I've talked myself into it. As always, immediately yearning to play basketball. Oh, damn it. That's cruel mockery. If I find the utility closet, I can shut it down at least. And then a locked door. Yikes. The workshop comes when all I have is a shovel. I think the drawing room is the way to go. But, alright. I'm laying down my marker right now. If I encounter a third drafting of the locksmith today, we're going into the locksmith. Hold on. Do I have gold pawn in drawing room? No. Chess pieces could, of course, be a red herring. But I eventually got tired of waiting for the game to like drop something in front of me that would make me say, "Yep." That's the puzzle. So of these various portraits, obviously this one certainly looks like the marching count. But and like, there's got to be something to do with all these sketches, which have, as I've mentioned, the following consistent. I mean, first of all, they're always in the same place. There's no randomization to the placement of them. But there's 5 different designs. They differ in, so every portrait is on one of 3 walls. It has one of 5 characters on it. It has usually just one, but then sometimes 3, and only ever 1 or 3 instances of that character on it. And then the character is facing left or right. It's got to be something you can do with all that. But what? Pattern Blue, welcome. Yeah, like yep, we have the marching count, galloping horse, the just walking old man. What's the striding, the sprinting, the running young boy? And even, oh yeah, hey. I didn't notice that they all have lines under them to show the length of their steps. And the tiptoeing milkmaid. But what does it mean? Don't know yet. I don't even know where to start with trying to make it have meaning. So obviously, old Uncle Herbert was sitting right there in that very chair. He did not have the table next to him. Well, that doesn't mean the table is something. Hope Sunday's treating you well, Pattern Blue. All right, well, let's go west, young man. Let's see. Could finally take the dark room, which will get dark. It'll only be 1 blind draft. Good, great. You know what? Especially when you can do it for free. Redraw the floor plans. See if you get something that is the obvious right choice. I don't think there's an obvious right choice here. But I think the library is pretty good. It'll connect to the foundation. But I won't get to draft from it. So a total waste of the drafting less common floor plans. I have 10 coins. I could put the commissary down. I could roll a die and see if I get a more flexible option. But I also have going north from the drawing room, and I have a lot of steps, so even though it'll be painful as hell to go all the way back around to the West Wing Hall, I can do it if forced. Let's go to the commissary. Why not? It's day 1. Like I said, try to do day 1 with less concern for getting it all right. That's just the same staff notice that I've already benefited from. Anything cool that I could buy for 10 coins? I'd love to get the upgrade disc. I love upgrading rooms. Honestly, couldn't hurt to just get a friggin' key. Although I bet they sell cheaper at the locksmith. We're coming up to the big sale, though, at the commissary, aren't we? Days 20 and 21. I'm on day 18. Okay, well. Keep seeing what I can do from here. Of course, there's a security door. Although I can dummy that one because it's pointing back to a room or to a place that maybe I'll be able to draft in from. Or at the very least that I can ignore. Well, how convenient. Whew. I mean, the billiard room obviously has the downside of not pointing north, but it does point into the large undeveloped area, and it'll have a puzzle I can crack to get some stuff. And I still have going back to the drawing room to go north. Let's see what happens. Bartender drop his tips or anything? Alas, no. Danielle and I have been playing For the King 2, which is like a... Well, their catchphrase is... Oh, wow. There's a helpful clue that I probably could have drawn on. Doesn't matter. I figured the billiard puzzle out pretty quickly. We've been playing For the King 2. The slogan, tabletop, RPG, roguelike, which really captures what they're going for with the game. So you have like your various different classes. And in the first one, they had a good array of classes and they were fun. But they've added some new classes and tweaked classes. And they've really kind of, like, they made all the classic ones, like, everything's more fun in For the King 2. There's a better range of options for, like, developing your characters. But one cool new class is the Friar. Because, okay, in For the King and For the King 2, there are a variety of alcohol items that are consumable items, but unlike herbs, which just give you a benefit, the gimmick with alcohol is that it always gives you a benefit and a downside. Like, drink this and you do plus 30 or like plus 10 damage for a limited amount of time, but you also gain confusion. So you can't decide where you're going to do the damage, and various things like that. The Friar's character trait, two like innate character traits. One is called Iron Belly. So you can probably see where this is going. The Friar can get the positive effects of alcohol without the negative. And then the Friar also has the Find Alcohol ability. So randomly at the end of their turn, they have like a hidden roll that you don't see. But they have a roll that they can discover one random alcoholic beverage. So it takes a thing that a mechanic we did not use very often in the first game. I got to think here. It's addition, subtraction, multiplication, division. Okay. 8 plus 3 is 11. And also, multiplying and dividing by 1 is the same thing. So the answer is just 11. 1 plus 2 is 3. And times both 2 and 3, so times 6 is 18. 2 times 2 is 4. Times 10 is 40. Divided by 20 is 2. And I get the security key card. That's actually helpful, because this door might turn out to be a crucial element of keeping the run alive. Takes a bit of the pressure off the hope of drafting the utility closet. I won't be like feeling obliged to place it in a suboptimal spot. I think the passageway, even though we're not taking full advantage of it, is the way to go. It'll take my last 2 gems, which I do not love, but that will reward me with 2 keys, which I'm much fonder of. And then maybe I'll find some gems. Let's do it. Yeah, I use the laboratory to set up an experiment where every time I draft a room that costs 2 gems or more, I will gain a number of keys equal to the hallways divided by 2. Pretty good. All right. Locked. Well, hey. You cannot take them with you. I don't think I need the sledgehammer. Obviously, this closes something off. and is therefore bad. This actually doesn't wind up closing anything off. But you know what? I have 2 dice. Let's see if we can get something even better for this spot. I can live with the chapel right now, since I'm coinless. Beggars can't be guilted into tithing to the church. Okay, so I'm really open to a dead-end room here. Oh, I would love to do the rumpus room, but I can't. So I think the dormitory is the way to go. I can't remember if I've gone in the dormitory before, but what I do know... Wait, can you look at the room registry from here? No, you can't. What I do know is that I will be entering the dormitory after... I think it'll count, so I'll get 10 steps. I think. Let's find it. Yes. Delicious. And then a hall pass. I don't lose steps when I travel between adjoining hallways. Do I have any adjoining hallways? Yes. So if I go all the way back here for no reason, I won't lose steps. Nonetheless, that's something. Drafting strategy. Okay. I don't know that I'm going to learn anything new from this. I'll take some Steam screenshots. I did learn where... My goodness. It is not intuitive how Steam stores screenshots. I was expecting, like, in the Steam folder, there'll be a game subfolder. Folders named after the games I've played. Each of those will have a screenshot subfolder. No! You have to go to, like, Steam folder, user data, identify your user ID. Fortunately, I've only logged in with one. You know, not your user ID, like the name you have. Like, just a bunch of numbers. And then within that, then you have to go to a specifically named subfolder. Maybe it's called remote or something. And then you have to specifically, from a list of options, choose the number 760. And then you get a bunch of strings of numbers that refer to specific games. And then when you find the specific game, it contains a screenshot folder. Not great. Okay. Won't read these ones aloud. Room subtypes. Do-do-do. Yeah, it's weird. GOG Galaxy, much easier to navigate. It's like when you download the manuals for games, they're in GOG Galaxy, games, name of the game, downloads. Ta-da! Yeah, so, okay. There are symbols. They tell you more about the type of room. I knew that. Hey, there's going to be a classroom. Classroom is a great example of the scholastic strategies the room offers. Provides synergy for other drafting rooms and a valuable source of information and knowledge. When you draft in classrooms, you may draw new floor plans one time for each other drafting room. I haven't been to the study yet either. I don't think. Apparently, there are 8 variations of the classroom plus one possible hidden variation. So grades 1 through 8 and an exam room. Neat. Boiler room. I know all about the boiler room. Oh, I did not know that if you're already in a steam-powered room, your drafting is likely to, etc. More likely to give you rooms with ducts for transmitting power. Fun stuff. Tomorrow rooms that provide benefits for tomorrow. I haven't found the freezer yet. Boom, boom. Which freezes your accounts. So the freezer immediately kills your run because you can't use money or gems anymore. I guess not necessarily kills, but greatly impedes it. And then you can go in the freezer or sauna to undo it. You also need to keep the furnace and the freezer apart. That's fun. Text here implies there will be more puzzle rooms. I hope so. I love puzzles. I understand that even if there are no more puzzle rooms, the game is providing me lots of puzzles. But I like both, the mystery puzzles that you have to obsess over. But I also enjoy puzzles where I'm just told, like, hey, here's a puzzle and the rules of the puzzle. Can you solve the puzzle? Neat. All right. Thank you, dormitory. A chessboard. Tells me nothing, but there's a black pawn here. Dormitory. Black pawn. Can't take the table tennis paddles. Or ping pong. As we more commonly refer to it. Okay, well. 10 steps and not a ton of new knowledge, but more than 0 new knowledge. I'm out of gems. I'm low on keys. I have a die. This is going to be a big draft. Oh, of course it's locked. Okay, hold on. I'm going to try to preserve keys first. Because I got loads of steps. Nice. Okay. No. This would at least be something. Can't do this. I think I'm going to redraw. Arg. I would love to go into my modified cloister of Vea. I also don't think I've ever been in the cloister proper. Well, this redraft didn't pay off great, but it didn't pay off terribly. Because at least I get a gem and another key. And a coin, but the coin will be gone, right? Yes. Just going back into the chapel. But that's fine. 1 gem is not a ton, but it's something. Being up to 3 keys is helpful, especially since I'm definitely about to use one of them. If I get 1 more gem going and then find a 2-gem room to draft, well, then we'd be cooking with gas. Out of dice. Tempting to take the utility closet, but the observatory keeps the place alive. Like, keeps the current path alive. And since we're moving back to fill out the 4th rank, a little less likely to find things. So which one comes today? Is it clavis, the key? Yeah. So I just get a key. message arrives on my phone. Gotta check because Danielle is keeping me posted. All right, free key. It's a shame that it's not Clavis, the bag of gems and coins. Wait, so +1 key. Was it +1 to get me up to 3? Was I just... Oh, yeah, right. Because I used one to get in here from my 3. Eventually, there has to be a globe that falls off and breaks and reveals something. I suppose there doesn't have to be. But it would be nice. Well, this is unfortunate. I guess I'll do the Great Hall. But I'm not inclined to immediately go wasting my keys. So I think I need to head back to the drawing room. Back to the old drawing board. Okay. Not even going to go in right now. Another message. From someone else. It's nothing. Well, it's not nothing. But it's not Danielle telling me something specifically important about our plans for Father's Day with her family. Okay. Ha, no coin for you. I didn't get a new drafting room. So there's no benefit. I could open the door here, but obviously doing it from the drawing room will give me the option of a second draft. I feel like that is probably a reply in a group chat to the one that I just looked at, but I've got a key. Worth expending the key to have the hope. The dining room is the way to go. Absolutely. Because we will reach the 8th rank quickly. And since I may have to backtrack enormously at some point, defeated that security door. And I bet that's a reply from the 4th member of the group chat. 4th and back to... Okay, great. That conversation resolved. It turns out that our D&D plans for tonight are the same as they always are. But it's good that we got that sorted. Oh... Would love to have the gem. But you know what? We'll reach the northeast corner for the first time. Don't think I have anything combinable in my inventory. Unless, I don't know. Who knows? Also, is there something I could pick up here? Yes. I should have anticipated the likelihood. Another song? Okay. Not going to sing it because there's a few reasons. But let's read it. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. A note is read. The note is read. The letter is not. And that's all there is. And message is in bold. There's also a detailed song the other day. Hey, the letter T. Or, well, I think it is the letter T. What does it mean? So I wonder what cool things maybe I can make. What does a metal detector combine with a shovel to form? Oh, or maybe the key card. Let's try. Shovel plus metal detector makes detector shovel, which is what? I'm not sure, Pattern Blue. I think that's one that, like, between this session and the next one, I need to study some screenshots now that I didn't remember to find the Steam screenshot folder until this morning, right before I started. But there was another much longer song that said, like, it had the bold word thing going, but it also said something about first words. In fact, I should go back and look at that song and just see if I can read down the first words of each line. What about the key card? No. Key card's not going to make anything. So the only thing I can make is a detector shovel, and that sounds like something that will replicate the functions of both items anyway. Maybe. The detector shovel. Oh, okay. So I assume it's still doing metal detector stuff and shovel stuff while also making it more likely that I'll find keys and coins. Obviously, it would have been nicer to have this earlier, but it should still be a nice thing to have. Because let's see. Like, I have up here, and then I have a long-ass walk back to here. I only have one key. I could try the Great Hall to make it shorter, but then if that doesn't work, it's long. Hey, what's this? The true box does not always contain the prize. Yes, I know that. I'm not a fool. Why are they shining a light back here? I don't know. They're just like illuminating their corners? Yeah, seems like it. Oh, yeah. Look at this again. Stones do among the... Nope, that's nothing. Among the bold words spoken soft, the note is read, the letter is not. Is it possibly a thing about finding a bunch of songs and then rearranging the bold words into a message? Could be. Dinner is served now. But I guess I might as well just find out what's ahead. Because if it's a dead end, I might as well step up to it, do whatever's in it, go back. It's a dead end. So I'll take the 10-step reward, at least. And there should be a sketch pair I've never seen. My theory is if there is a sketch pair, it will resolve to the letter E. Let's see. One moment. I'm going to try one more time to find that goddamn... Aha! The grid that I was making. Yeah. It's true that I haven't done this one. Can I make this resolve? Oh, hey. My metal detector is with me all of the time. Magnifying glass. Kind of an agonizing thing to find right now. KL. Otherwise, that's just a clue about the dartboard game. Which is actually, like, that was a case where I found the clue before I found the dartboard game, and it turned out to be very helpful. Okay. We have the globe, but also painting. And we have a box or a crate. Crate and create. And the missing letter is E. Doesn't feel super likely that we're also going to get to the northwest. But I'm not giving up hope right yet. Who knows? Can the key card be fused with the magnifying glass? My gut tells me no. I gotta pop my Microsoft Sculpt ergonomic mouse. Best Microsoft product that ever existed, I think, is the Microsoft Sculpt keyboard and mouse ergonomic pair. Besides being a great ergonomic keyboard and a great ergonomic mouse, it then has the detachable mouse, like the separate numpad. Super handy if you're a person like me. Plus 20. Well, I don't have the boiler room. Could have been plus 30. But I'll take plus 20 right now because I don't expect to be returning in this direction. I didn't do an outside room today. I have a lot of steps, and I need to backtrack pretty friggin' far. Let's take a moment and do some counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So then, if I want to go outside, it's 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, or 16 to get back to there. And 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I have 64. Let's go get an outer room. No. There's no getting around the fact that we're going to lose a couple extra steps in the gymnasium. I'll be okay. Gotta sleep it off. Well, now, there's no way I could have known. But I missed something in here. How about that? Oh, geez. No, I didn't miss it. It's because coins were distributed. Maybe I'll find some more even. Yep. Of course, the commissary is way the fuck up there. I suppose we could actually, if the West Wing Hall connects into the Great Hall, then we have a gimmick to kind of close the gap. Although I have to go through the chapel. It'd be great if you could upgrade the chapel to make the religion less parsimonious. We're giving everyone a break on the donation tray. We're just going to sell off some of our diamond-encrusted chalices that the bishops use. So I'll probably, if I get one that I haven't got before, I'll probably take it. And then I don't know what to add to that. Oh, hey, the schoolhouse adds classrooms. We could finally experience a classroom. Or I could just go in the tool shed. Let's do the schoolhouse because it's interesting. It's new. Okay. But now the game is frozen. That's disheartening. No, wait. It's not. Okay, it is frozen. So, I guess I just have to close it. Does it auto-save? I hope. Let's find out. Yeah. I can't deny it was something new. Interesting freezing too, because like I could still move the mouse cursor. It just wouldn't accept any inputs. So hopefully, this will be the first time that I've tried to continue in the middle of a day. I'm optimistic. Hey, Jacket! Please don't undo this beautiful day I had going. Please, Blueprints, be kind to me. I've been kind to you. Any single viewer of this stream will confirm. I've been saying nice things about you. I show you nothing but love, Blueprints. You spit in my face like this. Well, c'est la vie. Let's go see if we can draft that schoolhouse again. Did I learn anything during that? I got the letter E. I added the letter E to my knowledge. That's a bummer. But you know what? It's far from the most frustrating lockup I've ever experienced in the game. Well, let's take the root cellar. The hovel would have been... What are you going to do? I am surprised to learn. Oh, come on, root cellar. Stupid root cellar doesn't have a shovel in it. I felt like there was a really good chance. Oh, but search continues. Author and illustrator whose fanciful stories, name Marigold, last seen by a moon, Friday getting into carriage after a late. Okay. No sign has been found yet. So the bummer here. So now if I find a shovel, I'm super tempted to spend a whole bunch more steps coming out to dig up the root cellar. Then again, if it's full of turnips, it'll pay me back. Yeah, what an odd and that day was going so well. But c'est la vie. It's not the worst thing that's happened in June so far. Okay. Now watch, this is it. I get 45 rooms on the true day 18. Take the corridor. I'm going to move quick through these lower ranks. It is technically my day 1 today. I'll take the pantry. Get some coins and an apple. And then, oh heck, let's see. What's going to be up there? It's tough to say no to the breakfast nook this early. Oh, the security room, though. I'll take it. Security room. Go in. Nothing for me this time around. But we will set up an experiment. Or should I log into the shelter? Hmm. Experiments are fun. I should note, it does seem like if the date clues aren't going to come from inside the room, the date at which they suspended everything is probably a significant one. Also, presumably the date of Sinclair's death. Although, how would he have... diegetically, actually, when you consider that Sinclair's the one who set up all these puzzles. Dates that post-date his death seem difficult. Unless he planned his own death. You know what? I know this is fighting the last battle, but I would have loved it if I had a shovel right at the start of this day. I suppose I would have found out. It would have been frustrating because I wouldn't have gone in and found it. Okay. Let's do the closet here. Get a couple of items. Would have liked more exciting items, but okay. Really would have liked a shovel, of course. Let's go back to the entrance hall now. If I hadn't felt so optimistic that Blueprints would have some kind of autosave going on. The breakfast nook, I'm just going to hope for drafting it in a proper nook section, simply because the den keeps options more open right now. But obviously the breakfast nook would be a great thing to get. So come on, just give it to me again. Let me correct my mistake. Nope. Rejected. I've never been to the locksmith. I have a few coins, probably not enough to buy one. What if there's something else? Ah. There you go. Had I not been so optimistic that it was just going to work. Okay, is the locksmith nothing save for... Yeah. Well, that's a shame. Are the key prices real generous? Yes, but... not generous enough for my meager funds right now. Okay, well... c'est la vie. I would have tried looking up, is there some trick that people have discovered you can, wake the thing up? I'm going to take the breakfast nook even though it, isn't great for the second rank. Maybe I'll get the West Wing Hall in the third rank and flush it out. But both a key and, of course, bacon and eggs. Big benefit. I don't personally eat bacon and eggs for breakfast. I have eggs usually, or not usually, but often when we go out. But I don't make a ton of oot. But I don't make a ton of eggs myself anymore. For whatever reason. I think I'll do the bedroom for having choices. Oh ho! The car keys. If we can find the garage, which is always on the west wall. Okay. Onwards. Next time I'm in the well-lit dark room, I think I need to pay a little more attention to whatever's going on. I don't think the commissary is the thing to do. but I do like the flexibility of it. I'm going to hope for a better draw. Use my die. Hey, the drawing room. I always enjoy the drawing room. Can have another moment of agonizing about what it means. Like, I can think of ways to get 5-digit numbers out of having these 5 things. Like, I did try before. Like, what if, left facing is negative and yeah. So another thing is like maybe it's a matter of you like before I was trying to derive numbers by just saying, the counts. Like there are this many of them, and the ones facing right are plus, and the ones facing left are minus, and that got me some numbers. But the addition that I'm thinking now is what if the step length is communicating the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to either tell me the order that all the numbers would go in or vice versa. We're figuring out the order that 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 go in. But then there's also the possibility, is the marching count the only one I should pay attention to or one that I should ignore? Or is there no connection between the book? Is that the joke with the book list including red herring or herring? I don't know. And then what we must confront at the end of all of these thoughts is that what am I doing with this 5-digit number? Can't use the telephone. So there's a lot to think about. I will redraw in the hopes of passing through. Oh, why must you mock me with the cloister of Vea? This one might just collapse very early now, it seems. Let's take gems and keys in the hopes of... Oh, no, there's still 2 options of directions. I think I'll take the storeroom. Ah. Damn you, root cellar. But maybe we'll find a shovel. Maybe we'll draft a green room facing this way. Probably not. Well, I mean, the spare room would go through. The boudoir we can live with since security can also get us to that one remaining spot. Observatory would just get me an extra key. I'm going to redraw. None of these are like exciting. The chapel is something I can live with. Probably do both of these drafts before I move on. Hallway here. I mean, none of these are optimal. I'll take the hallway. Please just let me have a shovel. Hey, the morning room links back. Oh, the terrace will make other green rooms gem free. I don't know. This day is not going as well as my true day 18, which has been stolen from me. Lousy count. Too good to keep a spare shovel on his terrace. Well, running out of options rapidly. But you never know. You never know. Take the spare room. I officially hate the root cellar for not coming with a free thing. I can gain one key, as we know, but I guess I'll do the parlor, get some gems. A lot's going to depend on that northward draft from the hallway. Or maybe this day is just a stupid bust. At least, actually, I can learn something that I was a little curious about mechanically. Yep, it's a sequence. So we know it's in the blue because both the blue and the white box must be lying because the black box says only one box displays a true statement. And these can't both be telling the truth. So this is the only true box. And if they're both lying when they say that the gems are in the black or white boxes, it means they're in the blue. For anyone who was curious. But how I knew that. But the real reason is this is the second day 18. Stupid nonsense. Place is much bleaker when you lock it in, so there's no windows. And no exit. Very gothic. Not like actual gothic. But just in the sense of an old house that is creepy. What are you going to do? At least I can almost certainly afford the gem cost of anything that comes up. It's got to be the boiler room. Which is unlikely to have a security door in it. I mean, except for its innate security door, of course. Okay. Well, let's explore the place more likely to become blocked off quickly. The courtyard. High shovel likelihood. Please. Why do you hate me? What did I ever do to you, blueprints? Well, at least I can nullify any concerns about security doors. And we have 2 doors available to us. The day is still alive. I need to use the washroom. So, take a quick intermission. I'll be right back with you, gang. Hang tight. And we're back. Okay. Let's go. I go into the utility closet. Grimace and frustration. At some point, I gotta get a clue for this VAC indicator thing. Like, intuitively, it seems like one of those puzzles that's about what did I figure out here? I figured out the sequence for making one purple once. There's something different. Oh, no. So there's either something with the context because I was definitely making more things happen. And sometimes the buttons were affecting the things next to them. So, like, you can imagine what kind of puzzle might be going on there. Nothing to do here. Oh, hey, sweet. I hadn't even looked to see. Really good timing, in fact, to be able to disable these. And then, I think I'll do the morning room for the gems, even though there's also a strong case to be made for getting more keys. Oh, some dice, too. That's pretty helpful as we're running out of options for drafting areas. Okay. Okay. Well. Let's see. Am I willing to give up 2 steps in the hopes of just eventually avoiding using a key here? Yes. I have searched my heart. And I found that I'm willing. Oh, it hurts. I'm going to find a shovel when I have like 2 steps left or something. Then again, even if that happens, if I'm in the right spot when it happens, I might be able to dig up like 6 turnips. And heck yeah, I'll redraw. Or should I just take the W? No. Caution to the wind. I think I would have been happier with the passageway, but this might pay off in some way. Or it mightn't. Please don't be locked. Jerk. Okay. Well. There's nothing really to do. Ha. Mocking me. Fine. I'll build the stupid passageway. At least here. It's opening up a bunch of things. Hope it has security doors in it. I should have. Oh, I finally understand why you would ever want to make the frequency of security doors on high. It's because if you already know that you've turned them off, then you cut down on the number of keys that you need. And hey, what do you know? We have foiled that one key. Yeah, I'll take the pool. Okay. Now we've got all the pool-related rooms. Be great, of course. It's always great to get the sauna. Not just because it's nice to spend time in sauna. but because of the actual material benefits it provides in the game. Wasn't really any reason for me to come into the pool because the passageway is really the most fruitful. You know what? Whatever. I'll return to the passageway when the time comes. Ooh. This is what I should do. Oh, pardon me. Coughing directly into the microphone. Yeah. It would be great to have 4 items, but there's no book? Oh, because last time there was a book. Okay. So I've done Swimbird. I haven't done History of India. I think the 2 that I haven't done are the Fixed Stars, which I'm really curious. Like, is it a different edition than the one that is just lying there in the observatory? Well, let's do the one that we definitely know we haven't seen elsewise. And we'll see what it is. What's up? In the meantime, maybe we'll get some cool floor plan. Hopefully it only costs 2 or fewer gems. It's locked, and I'm keyless. Okay. Well, a lot depends now on at least some doors not being locked. Come on, Simon. Just use your floating power. How is this ever going to work? What's the gimmick here? Oh, I bet it's calling the thing down to somewhere below. Not this. Oh, yeah, because I found out that door is locked. Okay, 2 doors. I need one of them to not be locked. Come on. Sweet. The Chamber of Mirrors. It's a dead end. But there's something to be said for it being very cool. Okay. So, one thing we can say for sure is that there's something weird going on with these so-called mirrors. Or Simon is a vampire. Okay. Really curious to see what happens when I start hitting buttons. Press a button. Glass went up over there. Okay. So what? Can I press the button again? Yes, but it just closes the glass over there. I guess I'd rather have the glass opened. If I press it from a different side, it's just the same button. And that is a sort of reflection. Don't understand. I'm fascinated, but I don't understand. Wish I could eat that orange. Well, for now, I'll remain fascinated, and this door's not locked. The pump room would just close things off, and the everything closes it off. Unless Well, it's not great. But this day is crashing. Less likely to find items, of course, is bad for the hopes of getting more keys. So day 18, number 2 is probably just a suckier day. We're in a worse timeline. Hey, at least this opens. Hey, I can have the rumpus room. That's something. Could also, thanks to the mirror, Hall of Mirrors, I can have the den, which is also here underneath my face. But I think the rumpus room is the way to go. 8 coins, which I'll probably have nothing to spend on. But I've also never been in the rumpus room. We have a black bishop, so now I know where both black bishops are, for whatever good that might do me. There's one in the bookshop, and there's one in here. Can we actually play the fortune teller machine? Let's find out in a moment. When we have more coins. Where are all these promised coins? We've got backgammon. We've got checkers. Just more mockery of me wanting some kind of clue that there is definitely a chessboard puzzle to be done. You promised me 8 coins, game. And surely you will deliver honestly. Yep, here they are. In 2 neat piles of 4. Otherwise, the rumpus room seems a little disappointing. I was hoping for something. Well, hold on. Can we play the fortune teller? Insert coin by pressing E.
As it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin.
This is cool.
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand.
This is cool.
He is looking for something he was told he would not find. I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon, a door that is always locked yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for yet will not find.
Or will I?
A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen.
Really got to get that pump room action going.
Great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Cool. And now, once again, it all depends on this door not being locked. Do I have anywhere that I can go back to spend money? No. I'm curious on the next visiting of the rumpus room. How are we doing for blue rooms? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, plus the 46th room that I haven't drafted yet. 2 bedrooms I haven't drafted. 1 hallway. Got the green rooms. 3 shops. Got the red rooms. Lots of outer, or at least 4 outer rooms, including the schoolhouse, which I hate. Okay, moment of truth. It's over. Hold on. Okay, I can go all the way back to the locksmith, but I only have 20 steps. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. It's over. All right. Well, that was a much crummier day 18 than we were on the track for the first time. There are 2, at least, permanent additions that I've yet to get. Yeah, I'm calling it. All right. Come on, day 19. Bring back that real day 18 feeling. It's a garden via. It says I have 4 green rooms. I only see 3. Oh, right. The root cellar. 4 new rooms. The locksmith was new. Was the terrace new? The chamber of mirrors definitely new. Rumpus room is definitely new. Yeah, that might have been the... No, that's not the first time I drafted the terrace. What's the 4th new room? Oh, the fucking root cellar. All right, save my game, please. And here we go. Simon floats in. I'll go do an outer room. I wish I'd found the old sauna yesterday so that we had more steps. Then again, steps were only really a limiting factor there because of the terrible drafting choices I made and then the unfortunate key situation at the end. I should have probably messed around more in the Chamber of Mirrors. Oh well. I can mess around in the Chamber of Mirrors more. Ooh. Not only is the shelter new, and I haven't remotely logged into it, so I can log into it directly, but it'll neutralize the next 3 red rooms I draft, which really opens up our drafting options since red rooms always have a lot of doors. You just don't like to draft them because they're cruel and shitty. Not every red room has a lot of doors. Like the bathroom, which is good. You don't want a bathroom to have too many different doors. I've seen bathrooms that have 2 doors. Like, there's a hallway entrance and a master bedroom entrance, or primary bathroom. So yeah, so they have a bomb shelter. Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed with your plan and disabled remote access to other terminals and have sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of the danger, I'm still not willing to risk removing shelter from the draft pool while the 3 of you are down there. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Hold on, what was the start of that again? Remain where you are for now. Did people get trapped in this shelter? There's a time lock safe. Well, in a sense, there's a date that'll crack that safe. There's this beautiful watercolor. And there is the... Oh, hey, time lock safe. It can be accessed by setting an unlock date and time. as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Oh, God. But I don't... One moment. I'm going to give myself a pass on this. What date is day 1 in Blueprints? November 7. So, it is day 19. Of course, I haven't looked at a clock. Let's try 10 a.m. Maybe that'll work. There's a radiation monitor, which is currently safe. But that's all about drafting rooms that make it worse. And then we can log into the network. Or can we? Because the note seemed to imply that we wouldn't be able to. Let's place a special order. I wonder if my special order has arrived. Let's get some running shoes for the future. Could be helpful. If I scatter money with the office, it should just show up in the entrance hall, which is convenient. But I like the experiments. Whenever you draft a shop room, Well, if I even found the mailroom, maybe. Okay, almost always draw the drawing room at some point. I'm curious about this letter. Let's try it. Why not? Research logs. Never experienced that. Okay. Oh no. I set the thing. Can I change the time lock safe thing? Yes, because day 19, I didn't do the math right. Hold on. 7 is 1. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Maybe I've set this up right. If not, I'll get it right again in the future. Or for the first time in the future. I'm going to waste a bunch of steps at some point. I think every day starts at 9 a.m. I'm not even sure about that. There's been no shovel delivery. Let's get to work. Take the hallway. I was hoping for the breakfast nook, but, well, oh, the nursery would be good to lay down at this point. No. Do the storeroom. Hoping for the den or another room that I know has clocks in it to show up. Oh. Here's the clock. It is currently 9:10. It's not real time, which is a relief. But it's slow enough that I don't just want to stand here. Oh, in the commissary. Thank you, Cedric. I should have realized. Oh, I'll hold out hope that the breakfast nook shows up again in an upcoming draft. I don't want to go too deep in the hopes that I calculated the date correctly based on the information available to me. I'm going to hold out for a moment, see what I draft here. Perfect. Okay. I will take the breakfast nook, and now I'm open to using a key to get this trunk. Three gems. Not bad. Not bad. And this is great to get a key and some delicious bacon and eggs. And 4 options to take us up into the second rank. Nice. I don't think I'm going to do the veranda just because the West Wing Hall is a great one to have here. But I don't need that option, and I have so many gems. And yeah, fine. I'm doing the veranda. I've talked myself into it. I guess the greater... oh, wait. I was going to say the greater chance didn't apply to the veranda. Here's my shovel that I could have really used yesterday. Think of how many worthless old shoes and tin cans I could have had yesterday. I mean, take the brick, Simon. At the very least, we could, like, if this door was locked, we could deal with it. It's probably time to expend a whole bunch of steps. Retreating. Is it? Is it almost? Not quite. Well, let's see what else we can do with the second rank for now. We already have 1 pass to the third rank, so I might as well get my parlor game. We're going gem heavy. I really want to get that special cloister. Oh, sweet. The gems are in a box with a false statement. The blue box is false. The white box is false. Okay, so let's think about this. I think this pretty much has to be true for there to be a solution. So if the gems are in a box with a false statement, then this is true and this is false. Ta-da! And here, I think the pantry is the way to go. Creates a weird entrance hall situation, but gets us some steps, some money. I'm going to do the draft here, but not go yet. Let's see. Of these, I think I want the kitchen. Because I'm about to spend a bunch of steps here. Okay. Boy, I hope I got the date right for that friggin' time lock safe. I guess I'll go do the hallway instead of watching the clock. See where the hallway leads in the north. That'll finish all the drafting we can do in the first rank. Well, it is an expenditure of steps, but take the bedroom. Thinking about floor flexibility right now more than anything else. Okay. Close enough, right? But I want to see it. I want to see it hit 10 o'clock so that I immediately know when I get there. So we will watch. We're just going to stare at the clock for a minute, gang. Because this way, at least I will know. I will have been told that it is that time. So if I get there and the safe doesn't open, I'm not thinking, oh, did I just walk here so fast? Should we stand here for another minute? I'll just know that I fucked up the date and I'll feel like a dumbass. And then next time, I will, instead of just counting on my fingers, like look at a calendar or something. So that thing, I'm going to wait till it's not even I know, like, we're past it. Okay. Yes. Let's find out. Be very frustrating if I got this wrong. But we're trying to get that frustrated. Because I don't want to build up too much frustration. It's not the game's fault that it had a glitch. I mean, it is the game's fault. But I mean, like, I shouldn't hold it against the artwork. That, you know, that the nail let go and the picture fell on the ground, you know. God damn it, Mona Lisa. Can't even stay pinned to the wall, you piece of shit. Ha ha! Oh, that's not a thing? Because it sure looks like it should be. The 7th letter. I ought to have... Can I go back to... Yes. For my screenshots, it'll be useful to remember it was the 7th letter. Whoop. And then we got to read it. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father. Hold on. Who's writing? Courtney. Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past 3 years, suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while... Wait to the family tree. There's a Courtney. Oh, damn it. At one point, I think I have a screenshot of whatever it is. So when I go through all the screenshots sometime this week, because I learned Mary and Marigold's real name, I think. Should have Noted that. But okay.
And while I may have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I have now reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin.
Not sister. Goddamn. How did I mess that up real quick? Okay. Go back. Confirm how bad of a read. Yep. Okay. Cousin Courtney. So the Baron must have had 2 siblings. Or Marion Marigold was his daughter. Oh, goddamn. Someday, I'll put this all together.
I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront, and I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing, a date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the Crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back, and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land, I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Courtney.
She didn't even write, like, yours, Courtney. Wait. Ought to. Really, look everywhere. Come on, Simon. Bring some petrol. And maybe there's something to be gained by just setting the mansion on fire. How do host fires work in the Blueprints universe? Like, is it just one shitty day? We all had to sleep in tents last night because the house burned down. Then you get up in the morning and draft it anew. Or I suppose perhaps the foundation is always necessary. Red and orange rooms, you may recall, were set on fire last time. Oh. Well, I'm glad we came back through the bedroom here. Or, I never came into the bedroom. I just drafted it, didn't I? Well, I'm glad that I came in at all. But of course I would. I mean, I could finally just take the sledgehammer. But I already opened one trunk today. So then that's frustrating. And I don't have anything to check. So I'm going to draft the chapel. And do I bite the bullet on losing a coin here? Sure. Why not? Oh, but I don't lose a coin because of the shelter gimmick. Haha. Observatory is the way to go here. All right. Got to remember that I have that gimmick going. Clavis the key. Very good, very good. Out of curiosity, I wrote all this stuff down for no reason, but until 11, when we get Diamondus Major for 5 gems, there's no new one. So I guess we'll see what happens. Is drafting gems just a fun feature? I don't know. Well, the dark room connects across, but isn't otherwise all that useful. 2 items from the closet, and then we hope against all hope for the veranda to work out. Or do I take the dark room to get through to the kitchen? No, I'll take the closet. I don't know. This day does not feel like it's going great. Well, I mean, I got that letter from the time lock safe, and I believe forgot to take screenshots of all of the parts, but that's okay, I guess. Damn it. Off my game today. Well, at least we're not being forced to tithe. We have lots of keys, although everything depends on what I draft from the veranda. We went from a first rank that was just alive with possibility to garbage. I mean, those are my choices. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I bet. Like the other safes, it's like as long as you wrote down the number, it's not that much of an inconvenience. Okay, come on. Fuck. I would vastly prefer, like the patio obviously has a huge advantage right now just in getting some gems and maybe digging some stuff up, but I should open up my options. Okay, but yeah, as long as the time lock safe is open, then I can easily live with my decision to forget. Wasn't a conscious decision, of course. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're back in business to a degree here. We've already done the... Oh, hello, Clef. Happy Sunday. But yeah, that's a kick in the teeth. There are 4 coins somewhere. God damn it. And they're not just in this room. Where did I... Well, I mean, somewhere. I'm too low on steps to just be backtracking over my own dumbass failure to find those coins. There's a strong case. What is the veranda doing for me again? They're more likely to contain items. I think the case for the courtyard is pretty strong here, even though the boiler room, obviously, always helpful. Hey, maybe I can make the detector shovel again. Made the detector shovel. Clef, I don't know if you probably weren't here when it happened. I was having a really good day 18 as my first... Oh, sweet. Turnips. As my first day of the session. And then when I was like, oh, I didn't do an outdoor room. And I went back and I drafted. And it was a friggin'... I got the schoolhouse. And then the game locked up. And there's no auto-saving in the middle of the day. Oh. Don't feel so bad about having not found 4 coins that are somewhere. It was painful. It was no bueno. But we're still having fun. Let's do the corridor here. It's the dining room. It's functionally the same thing. It'll be a pain to try to backtrack to it. I set an experiment already. Need to draft the drawing room somewhere in order to get a letter delivered to the mail room, which I've never encountered. Let's do a spare room. Now, come on. Give me the drawing room right here. It would fit well here. Perfect. Okay. A letter has been delivered to the mailroom. But what does it mean? I don't know. Because I've never encountered the mailroom. Does the letter stay there? Or is it only a today letter? The workshop wouldn't be bad to have because I could make my detector shovel. But it's just so fun to use the gimmick. I'm going to use the gimmick. Well, don't necessarily feel that I've made the right call here. I could roll the die, but I mean, the boudoir will get me a bunch of apples for steps, plus whatever. I think last time I revisited the safe, there was something besides just a letter. There was still a gem. Yep. Notably a ruby. Is that related to the story we heard about the 8 rubies of the crown or what have you? I'll take the library. Read our book. Take screenshots. Oh, pour over it with a friggin' magnifying glass. Ooh. Detective Bon Margle took this out twice. We've encountered Bon Margle, the greatest detective name of all time, once before. Okay. So this book has been censored by the state, according to that stamp. I think this is another one where instead of writing down all the borrowers, I will just screenshot and say, see screenshot. For whatever reason, Good Margle just immediately put me in mind of a not really that strongly connected moment in Scrubs where something happens to Dr. Kelso, the head of the hospital, if you haven't, the grumpy head of the hospital that everyone's afraid of, if you're not familiar with Scrubs, where he's splashed a cup of coffee in his face, and so his face is all, red, burned, and looking. And then JD, the main character, encounters him for the first time in the day and sees his face, and then the internal narrative goes, oh God, whatever you do, don't say splotchy. And then JD just immediately says, "Good splotchy, Dr. Splotchy." It's great stuff. Ah! Forward. Is that just a typo? Something. Okay, how much can this even help with the redactions? Not much. Okay. The name used to designate the realms of the eastern waters. I bet it's Arindia was something is no longer something known to the average citizen, something of the elder generation, something. Well, we must something permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon something our past. Most historians mark the beginning of the first era, often denoted as Agera, by the ascension of the first king Blank, whose name, Horus, would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Horus was known, before his coronation, as a prominent merchant lord of considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales receipts. Oh, no, don't worry. It's not as bad. It seemed like, for a moment, like I was clicking, it wasn't working, but it was because I had the mouse cursor in the wrong place. Okay. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Horus had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Horus, and by the end of the first century, the blank, a new kingdom was born. I screenshotted this page, right? Not 100% sure I did. So what if I just have two identical ones? I can just delete the extra. Okay. Second era. It was the screenshot it. It was the fourth king, blank, redacted, who split this vast domain in 3 equal shares, 3 realms for his 3 children. To the eldest, he granted the fields and mountains of his great-grandfather, the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift redacted. To the youngest, he bestowed upon him the realm of Arch Ares, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse, which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. And to his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted her the southern region. There shouldn't be a her here. And to his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted the southern region. Of Ataraxia, redacted. A land steeped in tradition. Now, these government censors know what they're doing with their redactions. As the second era drew to a close, the 3 sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their lands and developing a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite those differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives and were known for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation, so this was not a King Lear scenario. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition, and the third era was defined by blank, or redacted. Redacted, commerce between the 3 realms, further strengthening their bond, laying the foundation for the promise of a prosperous and bright future. We've got a note hidden in the book. Baron Sinclair, thank you so much for your cooperation with our department and this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status, so it means all the more that you are not only tolerant, but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. We are returning, with this letter, the book you lent us, though I must confess, it was not as much help as I had hoped. I had heard that your library of rare and restricted books was quite extensive, and I was told by a reliable source that if a first edition, and uncensored, copy of the history of Erundia could be found, it would likely be found within the Baron's own collections, but perhaps I was misinformed. Still, part of me thinks you may have given me the censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that is the case, then I say well done, fair play, and perhaps, on my next visit,
We'll have a laugh about this after you've given me the actual manuscript. Until then, Detective Bon Margle of the Red Guard.
Okay. The fact that you don't have an option to move the note and keep reading the redacted text suggests to me that probably... Oh, never mind. As the kingdom redacted entered the fourth era... I guess I need this screenshot as well. Entered the fourth era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desilets III was a redacted. Redacted king who was often seen redacted, drinking redacted. A sight that shocked not only the gentry and the court, but the masses as well, redacted. Desilets was renowned as the king of redacted. No one, when he made the decision to move redacted, Ving Castle and court behind. I bet that starts leave, L-E-A. The people were overjoyed by this choice and redacted. Were those that viewed the king's conduct to be unbecoming of his redacted, T, redacted, common folk. These redacted voices planted the seed redacted, which took root in redacted, grand city of Fen. The era of ruin. After the passing of King Desilets III, the fourth era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died redacted on the very next day, the 6th of October. Seems like a date that might matter for safes. October 6th. 1006 or 0610. Try those in safes when I find them. The redacted Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a redacted number of supporters, due to the fact that Desilets IV shared redacted little of his virtues. As the prospect of civil war seemed inevitable, the realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fen-surrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed through the city streets, stained in red. The brutality of the pacification of Fen, odd that this part's not redacted, did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forward to lend support. Among them was the general of the Northern Regiment who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Learson to form a formidable army. Together, they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realms of Arch-Ares and Nuance to join their cause. However, even with the tide turning... Oh, screenshot. So hold on. Here's the thing I do think I ought to note for the history of India. The regions. I know two of their names at least. Arch-Ares and Nuance. I'll scroll back through and see if I can find the third. Because at one point, Nuance was also redacted. That's a haphazard redaction. However, even with the tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 long years and saw buried 1 in every 3 men. Like, just period in the whole friggin' world? Prince Learson himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death, he had won. Oris had fallen, and with it, the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place, red banners were hoisted in honor of the fallen Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. Oh, Iraja was the... Hold on, let me go back. Yes, Iraja. And it seems like Nuance became Fen Ares. Today, the realms inherited by the 3 Fenris, Arch-Ares, and Iraja once again stand united as allies. Though the distance between our peoples has grown, and our connection to this land remains as strong as ever. The spruce and birch that span across our realm serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past, redacted. For this, despite everything else, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth, the greatest empire the world has ever seen, the land of our fathers,
of our mothers, and of our children. Redacted. Redacted. Yep. That's a solid, that's an opaque black line, baby. Okay. Hold on now. Maybe it was nuance that became, or maybe nuance was just a different one. Put a question mark there. Okay. Well, that's something. I will use a key here, since I got a fair bit of backtracking to do anything else. Plus 1 key for each bedroom in my house, hey? So, on the one hand, that would solve my key worries, because I would get 2 keys. 3, maybe. But it creates a dead end, which I don't want. The showroom, luxury items for sale, and I have 18 gold. It just feels like luxury items are going to cost more than 18 gold. And yet, I'm super curious. Let's give it a shot. Oh, yes. Oh, a master key. Opens all normal doors. The Emerald Bracelet. No gem costs. The Chronograph. While drafting, you can rewind time after drawing new floor plans. Okay. And, more likely to draw things, Silver Spoon. Whenever you gain steps from eating, double them. I'm fairly close to being able to afford some of these luxury items, but not close enough. But it's all good to know. This is just the same, yeah. Same stuff. Okay. Just everywhere where you can see one of the purchasable items. Okay. So when it comes time to backtrack, I have a long ass way to go to get to my only other option. So let's see what the Foundation has to offer. 1 security door, which is a shame, but 1 other door. Oh, and maybe just maybe, coins, a few, but a few means a couple in the Blueprints universe. Come on. 80 coins. Nope. Well, kind of saw that one coming. Okay. Well, I can almost certainly benefit from going to the commissary. I'll try it. I mean, a set of gems and a key would benefit the ongoing exploration, even as nice as it would be to get another upgrade disc. I'm going to do it in the hopes of keeping the run alive. We'll see what happens. Good draft. Good draft. Passageway wouldn't hurt here. Although the dark room... Passageway. Let's see. If this one's locked, I'll try the other one first. Both locked. Well, I have 2 keys. Maybe it's all just going to hell. Who knows? Let's
cool to learn about these luxury items. Well, rats. Okay. But I've had a thing. I can at least get a bunch of steps. 10. Like a very specific number of steps. And the running shoes. If I am forced to backtrack, maybe I'll make it. Okay. Good thing I bought those keys. The archives will be neutralized. Perfect. Love that shelter. Okay. Now I believe that I have looked at everything in the archives, but am I really sure of that? Who knows? A key. It's good. Let's consider it. Wait. Write all of these important dates down. August 22nd, 1985. January 27th, 86. November 11th, 86. Wait, have I not read all this stuff? This feels new. Why would it be new? I gotta read this shit. Okay. Here we go. Also, if I do get the dark room, I mean, I would also need to get the utility closet, but feels like doing that with the magnifying glass will be very helpful. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird has been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of this year. This is Marigold's second time winning the honor. The other one was for her previous debut effort. She's no stranger to the public eye before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, she began using Marigold as a pen name. Mary. Mary is her regular name. Well, that's easy. She began using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations the one might make with the Sinclair family. Swimbird author never considered herself a success. She confided, "My son was the one who actually got me to start writing." I've read this. This is familiar. Okay. But I should read all... Okay. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were 2 of 3 dozen names that appeared on a leaked dossier naming them person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility for the attack, it is widely believed by the authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. Insurgent group. RLCF. The Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house has defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Local author and popular personality Marion Marigold has announced
There's a missing comma there. A split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week. Hold on. No. Announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, whom Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance himself from the publisher this week. Here's Marigold, Manning, and White at an event. Okay. And here it says, was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under wave down. This is the third major bombing or terrorist attack event last year. Is anticipated, charged by the Crown. Manning was the last. Trial begins on Tuesday. Expected to last up to something grand treason. So obviously, like, there's a political plot here related to some sort of revanchist, perhaps related to the old monarchy. No traces discovered of Cinca heiress, but the search continues. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator, whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold. I might as well get her full name as a note to myself. M. Marigold. Mary Matthew Jones. The author and illustrator was last seen by a close friend around 3:45 p.m. Friday, getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Mrs. Jones never arrived home, and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned, but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point. We are seeking information. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fenaris have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles, at least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds dredging for clues. The museum authorities said they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia had arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned ruby crown of Orinda Aries, the priceless crown jewel whose material worth pales in comparison to its historical value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest the theft was politically motivated. And that's the whole book. Okay. Interesting. But I'm not quite sure what to do with any of it yet. Okay. Let's check south first. Well, these all create dead ends, although I have other options available through backtracking to explore there. So maybe I'll do the billiard room just to get some more stuff, and then we'll see what the west draft gives me. Check if the bartender drops some tips. Nope. No, it's a pool cue. 10. 3 plus 1 is 4 times 5 is 20. These puzzles, it says some of these puzzles get harder and like they do make these more complex, but once you understand the system, there's really no way to make it hard. These are all the mathematical operations that we learned in elementary school. 11 plus 3 plus 2 is 16, divided by 1 is, or times 1 is 16. 11 plus 10 is 21. Minus 20 is 1. Times 15 is 15. Divided by 1 and 5 is 3.
By Jove. He's done it. Okay. We are okay, if not great, for both keys and gems. I might as well. Okay. Mildly frustrating to create this dead spot and to pass up the chance to have the garage. But a letter has been delivered. It's from my pa. Suppose I might as well. Thorough. Okay. Hey, buddy. How's it going up there in that big house? I think most of us would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I've read this before. Happy as a clam, perfectly extant. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Is there another letter? Yes. Simon, my name is Randolph Moore. I'm the lead lab technician at Cinca. I've worked here at Mount Holly for over a decade. I was thrilled to discover you have found our humble lab and have begun to run some experiments of your own. I tend to keep an eye on small spikes in radiation levels on the estate, as it's one of the only ways I can monitor your progress from the outside, as all off-site connections to the terminal network have been disabled during your stay. There's been much speculation among the staff about the progress you've been making in the house, and they were all quite excited when I reported you've been successfully running experiments. I wanted to write you to let you know that even though you may not see us, we're rooting for you. Best of luck with the experiments. If you like, I'll continue sending letters with some helpful tips for you. Yeah? Sure. Oh, heck yes. Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? Okay. Where's my staff page? The help. Denny Ravane. Fired for allegedly stealing packages. Interesting. Oh. Okay. Press any button above to activate blue. I will, of course, take a screenshot here. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Okay. If I can ever get into the email, we can learn more. But that's something I can get started with next time I see the utility room. And if it's a VAC, do I see any vacuum tubes in here? I don't. Also, why would... Just take a screenshot of that. So the day after drafting this room, there will be a package.
That's cool. Seen this before. Does it change? Right now the X is, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th rank, second over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th rank. So there's an X marking this room. Then a line drawn. Where does the line connect back to? I don't know because the scroll disappeared. Simon idiot. No, treasure map. And the line goes from 3rd rank, 4th room, this closet, up to the archives. I have a shovel and a metal detector. I have to go back into the archives. Could it be that the archives will now contain a treasure that I can find? Kind of skeptical, but should look around. That's just one of the sketches. We've already solved it. Treasure map. Using it. This looks like the spot. Time to start digging. Okay. I have a shovel. What am I supposed to do? Aha. Come on, Simon. How hard is it to dig through a solid floor with just a shovel? One of the lost coffers of Mount Holly. Contains 8 gems. So, exciting in a short-term mechanical sense, assuming I get a good draft to the north, and we aren't just shut down. But not exciting in an overarching, how are we going to solve all these mysteries sense. But I also now know how the treasure map works, which is nice. The Cloister of Vea. Beautiful. Eight dirt piles. If I draft a room with a fireplace from here, that's kind of a tricky set of circumstances. Hopefully the cloister itself has... Oh, God. Of course. It has dirt piles that you cannot access. Oh, but there's something else here. Another key. Okay. Okay. The music room gets us a big deal key. And a minor key. And what if it was the basement key? I'll try it. I stole a bunch of gems. I'll have more keys. It's the secret garden key. And then this is the other music that I looked at. And I think that's a thing to come back to. But there's something else here. A single coin. Okay, hold on. Probably no. Like the treble clef isn't spelling something. Okay, wait. Find among the white. Okay. The first words on each of the 8 pages are going to spell a message. Find among the white. So hold on. I will go to the Steam screenshots. Oh wait, no, I've just got them right here. Okay. Where's the music that I took a picture of today? It's right here. I'm temporarily blind to the screen. Just open it in the Photos app, I guess. Just open it for me, please. Yes. Stones. One, 2, 3 stones. Find among the white blank, blank, blank stones. That could be something. Oh, Clef, I do not know when you said the thing about background fuzz. Is anybody else having that experience? Huh. Okay. I'm not sure. On the mixer and the OBS mixer, it is like, could be. Could be. Because I think it, like, I got to take my laptop to, I guess like I could do it myself, but I'm going to take my laptop into a local shop and just be like, hey, would you freaking clean this out? Because I bet it's full of cat hair and dust and so on. So its fan is definitely loud. Like I can hear it through my noise canceling headphones right now. Well, I'll try. No. Okay, but we have lots of keys, so we can keep going. I have 1 die, so if this is a bad draft, I can try again. It's not though. Like, it would be nice to be able to also go to the east from here. Should I chance it? No. I'll take what I can get. Hey, thank you, Sneakers. Because here's one room I've never been to. Locked. Wonder if it's the secret garden. Probably not. I will take the dining room. Thank you very much. Because dinner is served. And a new sketch pair. My theory, my hypothesis. I don't have a trophy room, but it's cool to know that there will be a trophy room. I'll take 20 steps, though.
Ooh. Let me read your full message, Clef. Okay. So, yes, it is my thunderously loud laptop fan. But that is definitely okay. I will look into the built-in suppression filter. In general, I'm determined to shake off my, not the grief. You know, I can't just wake up and not be sad about it ever. But I've been in the doldrums. And I'm determined to shake it off and start doing some stuff. Okay. Flight light F. Yeah. If we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. There's going to be a small gate somewhere that cracks with a number combination. Probably. Or is it a nonsense sentence and the letter over here is O? I believe that I will. I mean, I had a really good day yesterday, so I can't complain about that. Geez. I should do this because obviously that'll open up everything over here. And I can mess around with that puzzle. Even though it would be nice to take the option that... Okay. Can I make this an I? Somehow. Yes. It's a chief and a chef. If we count small gates, all right. There are still 2 rooms where I haven't actually resolved the sketch pair, but it's an L and an A. Okay. You know, maybe we'll find the garage. Didn't mean to turn on. It doesn't matter to trip this breaker. Okay. So. What the hell was the thing that made it purple in the first place? I have to go back and watch video of myself making this work. Well, okay. I have information that when I remind myself how I even got started, I can combine with my existing knowledge. It's not nothing. Oh, hey, and the pool had a security door, didn't it? Is that why I didn't go there? No, I was just eager. Well, this would be a good spot for a dead-end room. Gotta use my last key. Caution to the wind. Oh ho! That's helpful. Especially since I have the trunk keys. The battery pack. The silver key. a special key, and then 3 keys off the key rack. Open the garage door, although I don't need to go out this way. Wait. Because the garage is so much further north this time, it's a different outdoor area. Or is it? Well, anyway. It's nice to go for a stroll. I've got loads of steps. In fact, if nothing else, this is probably the fastest way to go back and see if I can make anything happen with these 2 rooms. Can't do anything with that dried out old bird bath. Ah, yeah. No, it's a different area, but it's just an empty area that I've been through before once for the specific purpose of getting you back to the area that is something. Because that board is only there if you needed to get back across. It's not there to let you go that way. But we can fill in a couple of blanks and then proceed from there. And were there digging spots that I wasn't able to do when I was originally in them? In the courtyard? No. I had a shovel. Well, let's see what's here. I might as well do the dark room, I guess. No, I'll do the secret passage, which can guarantee me another room of my choice. Room color of my choice, I mean. Because it's such a pain in the ass to take advantage of the dark room from here. Got to go all the way back around. Okay. Remind myself to the room registry. I found every type of green room. As far as I know. There's one type of hallway I've never drafted. I'm going to go with a bedroom because maybe I'll get... I think when I drafted her ladyship's chamber, I was out of steps, so I stepped into it and passed out. Okay. I get a bunch of keys. More keys than I'm likely to need. Although, if I use the silver key on a locked door in the remaining spaces, it might get the room of many doors, of course. So then a lot of keys would be helpful. I've talked myself into it. Wish I had more gems now. There's a message I should look at. We're doing our D&D at Rich's house tonight instead of at Greg's place. which has the implication there are 12 major keys. That's useful. I can just write that one down. And so Rich just texted our group chat to tell our friend Sid. He said, "It's not looking good for you. I told Ethan that you were coming." And he said, "Oh, I know Sid. He's the bad guy from Toy Story." Oh, okay. Hartley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you numerous times in the past, half-stated gratitude, always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I have always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post in service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar of a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better suited to meet the needs of young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post, but as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. For the past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to many of my whims, games, and riddles. And so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. The house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her, until we meet again, my friend, Herbert. He wasn't all just intellect and puzzles. He cared about Hartley, his valet. The valet, Hartley. And I know of an Anne. But Anne was definitely not the host manager here. Did I take the picture of the second page? I feel like I did. If I didn't, I do feel like I understand the message. This is a sad looking chair. Just staring out the window all day. A call bell system. Okay. Well, now let's see. I'm gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to the foundation. This game better not lock up. This is the most complete manor I've constructed yet. And reasonable potential. I would love to have more gems right now. But otherwise, the potential is there. For a solid outcome. Oh, luxury goods. Hey, stupid security door. The conference room is the way to go here. it'd be great to draft something. Looking more closely does not change what those numbers are. Okay. But I tried 9083 in the office safe, right? And it didn't work? Or did I not try it like a fool? Like, there's technically no harm in trying it again. It's just goofy waste of time to keep trying the same code. Okay. Do the dead end first. It's locked. I'll use one of these keys, I guess. Come on. Locker room. Spread keys throughout the house. Then we're in great shape. I hate using up a gem. Maybe we'll get some gems out of lockers, but that's spending the keys that we just got. Someone had dropped a coin on the floor. Be great if these already open lockers had some shit in them. But of course they don't. Let's go back to the conference room, see how many keys we get. A goodly number of keys. I'm not going to use them in the locker room right away. Oh, but then I'm going to regret it if I come up. Oh, God. This is agonizing. Because if I use the special key here, get the room of many doors, I can unlock them all. But with only one gem, I could also just get screwed. I am going to use no more than 3 keys. And let's just hope that I pick good ones. Money. Security key card. A key? Okay, I'll do one more. It's a freebie. Just, come on. 7 gems. Nope. Okay, so a room with 7 locked doors. I can go down one more key. I would really like to find some gems. Mathematics worksheet. Directions. Find each sum without using signs. Then someone's written 6. O-R-O. These colors, of course, correspond to the dartboard puzzle. Okay. I don't think there's anything. The blue would be addition, which 7, 13, 10. I think yellow is subtraction. Maybe. Interesting. Okay. Well, would have loved to have found some gems. I guess I'll just see what happens. It's going to really hurt to end the day with 8 keys. You know what?
try again. Just in case. Just in case, the only way to keep the day alive. All this money. Wait, the commissary has gem sets. And it's close. Okay. Hope's alive. And I gotta wrap up after this day. Daniela said nothing to me about the status. I have, yeah. Well, unfortunately, I can only buy one gem, but that's still a gem. Oh, wait, no, I can buy a few. Okay. Yep. Deal. Okay. Let's see. I have a die. I have enough steps to navigate up around here. I have 7 keys and 5 gems. Who knows what could happen? And we have the silver key and the secret garden key. Like if we do find the silver garden, secret garden. And we did. And there's stuff in it. The broken lever. You need the greenhouse. Imagine if I found the greenhouse and got a north-facing thing here. Does the secret garden puzzle stay solved? That's a big question. For the west door. Oh, and look, a half moon on the north-facing antechamber door. Of course. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 steps to get there. Of course, I'm still curious what else is just right around here. Boy, it would be great if there was some... The secret garden is too well tended. There's no dirt piles. Or are there? Spread fruit throughout the house, and I'm right by the fucking conference room. Okay, this is the game making it up to me for that lockup. Ha 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 ha. Okay, now I've got plenty of space to explore. I think I'll hold off on making a key choice in the hopes that this is not locked. It is locked. Okay. I must make a decision. I think I'm just going to go normal key for now. The ballroom. Whenever you set the ballroom, enter the ballroom, set your gems to 2. The rumpus room will give me a bunch of coins, and both of those would get me through. And I haven't been in the ballroom before, and being set to 2 from 3 is not that bad. And like it can eventually become a benefit. The dark room, on the other hand, would but I want to go in the ballroom. Yeah.
Ooh. And of course, I hadn't even thought about the fact that it would obviously have pages 6 and 7 under 2. Find among the white blank under 2 stones. I don't know. The word R is bolded here. Under these stars the dance is held, and to the floor we are compelled. The gowns glide on, and music swells. At the end of the clock strikes 12. And at the end the clock strikes 12. What that means, only time can tell. 2 remain for one last dance, and spin again around clock hands. Oh. And as they turn, a second chance to rise above the falling sands, the true time lost in past romance. I'll look more deeply into the Clara and Simon. But obviously, not me. Not our hero. "1952 is a date, but probably not a date that opens a safe, but maybe it is." And then there's not much going on. Of course it's locked. I'm more interested in trying to complete the manor, which I might or might not. Oh, the walk-in closet. Especially because I'm going to get this gem back. Unless there's a bunch of gems in here. If the items in here are gems, that's just cruel. Sleeping mask. Don't need it, but okay. 2 gems. We can never benefit from those gems. Oh. Don't really need that either. Okay, well. What are you going to do? Free gem. Let's see. All 45 rooms, and that's even before I go into the antechamber for the first time. Yeah, those salted oranges. The pump room. I am completing the estate. Whatever that means. Both of these tanks are full. So, in order to... Wait. Do the pump controls even work if not powered? No. Or do they? They do work. Okay. So it's just a matter of reminding myself how. So I think... Oh, all right. So what I want to do is put a unit of water back into the fountain, which works by doing something. Oh, yeah. There's a diagram. One, two, three, four, five, six. Fountain's number 1. Oh, wait. We do have another tank that water can be put into. So if I'm reading this all correctly, The only way, like I won't be able to, when I get the basement key, I won't be able to access the thing yet. But okay. Reservoir. Reservoir is number 2. Oh, but that's going to be too low. There's a deeper puzzle here of figuring out how I can take only one out of the thing. And God, the unfortunate thing is that I might not have time today. I don't know. Ooh. What the hell? I guess I've given up on the silver key. Unless this is just full of a ton of keys. Nope. Okay. How would it work to take only one out of there? Or to put only 3 back into there. Let's see. Fountain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So no, if I put all 8 units of water. Okay. It's actually, I think it's fairly simple. Let's put 4 units of water. Back in the fountain. Then I have to drain 3 out of the kitchen and put them in the reservoir. And it'll be at the level that I want. Okay, so the kitchen is 1, 2, 3, 4. Which means it's this pipe, which connects over to here. So, how do I transfer water between the tanks again? No, wait, that's not what I wanted to do at all. Okay, hold on. It comes into here. Well, that is the one that I needed. Can I drain this one into the fountain? Wait, and there's a pump back here, isn't there? And what does this one do? This one connects to here from there. Did I just see a number or something? Yeah, I did see a number, but not a clue number. Really unfortunate that it was this late in the session, right as I'm getting time conscious. Danielle hasn't told me anything about a confirmed time for our afternoon plans, but assuming that a confirmed time comes, I need to like get ready and stuff. Okay. The kitchen connects to this one. but I simply do not remember. I know I was doing it before. Like, this is the pipe connecting the two of them. That pipe just goes to room 3, the aquarium. There's no way. Is it just that you can't transfer the water between the two tanks? Is it more complicated? Okay, hold on. Back to the fountain. Well, that part at least I worked it. And actually, this should be pretty manageable now. Set this back to middle for now. The kitchen just... Wait. Up is intake. Okay. So I'm going to need to draft the tomb. Three units of water. I believe it's just connected, isn't it? No, of course not. It is now this. So hopefully next week I'll draft the tomb again. Because it is now available. Okay. Time for room number 45. No, I don't. At this point, I don't care. I don't want the stupid many keys room. Redraw. Why not? Nothing exciting. Don't think I really have time to deal with the dark room. So I'll just take the steps. And I mean, I kind of get the feeling that going into the antechamber is not going to mean much. But hey. $45 room manor. Who knows? Who knows what the antechamber? Wait, hold on. I missed something here? Oh my goodness. Yeah. Did I ever? The full host trophy. Permanently added to the trophy room. That would have been a kick in the teeth. Thank you, Clef. Thank goodness you were here. Okay. I've never drafted the trophy room, but maybe it becomes more likely when you've earned at least one trophy. Okay. Yeah, the route's pretty straightforward, actually. Oh, imagine the pain if I get to the antechamber and there's a very clear puzzle to be worked out. And then Danielle's like, didn't you get all my texts? We have to go in 2 minutes. No, it's not going to happen. course. To continue up, you must go down. After I just flooded the fountain again. But what use would it be to go in that way? Okay. I have a question for the folks in the know that I'm going to phrase as carefully as possible to minimize the extent to which this is a spoiler thing. Is there any reason, am I going to just be furious if right now I go to the pump room, reverse everything I just did, go down the fountain and discover that it's just another way to find the rooms I've already been in, and then reveal that I need to do that puzzle? So I got through the tomb and solved the statue puzzle. So I've been to the abandoned mine and the reservoir, and I've seen where it seems to connect back up to the fountain. I guess basically, okay, I should just do it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Perchance I am just missing something. I guess the big thing is this tank. Because right now I can't see any way. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 units of water. And of course, I can only get 11 without also using the reservoir. Unless I could get something to this goddamn giant tank. But that seems like it needs to be powered. Well, what the heck? Okay. So there's the big answer to my queries. I suppose I would still find it gratifying to get to use the basement key. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. It'd be nice just to use the basement key. Just to feel like I got something out of all this. So, okay. Fountain comes into here. Drain it by 4. But it does, okay, this feels like, at least towards the initial goal, I feel like I've made some real progress.
Kitchen is number 4, which, as discussed, is just this. The reservoir connects to there. And now it's just about draining the remaining 8 water from the fountain. All right. And then we just got to get that reserve tank in the future. Yeah, feels like I am closing in on the accessing the 46th room. Not so much confident that I'm closing in on a deeper understanding of what's going on, but who knows? All right, 25 steps plus the running shoes. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Nope. 3, 4, 5, 6. No. 1, 2, 1. Yes, that was my no. Great mind, Cedric. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we're out. Thank you, running shoes. Through the cloister of Vera, my kingdom for a jump button. Simon is a Dark Souls protagonist, sadly. Not an Elden Ring protagonist. Or even just the willingness to, kind of just tip over. Right. Okay. Yeah. And obviously, not great for the state of your clothing. But when there's all that loose dirt, if you aim onto the loose soil, that'll cushion your fall to a reasonable degree. Next week, I absolutely must begin the practice of alternating sitting and standing while I'm doing this. This is too long to just sit engrossed. So all this, like I said, probably immaterial. Unless the basement key is a permanent unlock. In which case, hooray. Probably not, but also, if it's not, it's at least a consistent pickup from the same one place. Well, let's see if this special basement key unlocks the basement door. It does. And then, is there anything of note before I'm just where I've been? No, there's not. Come on, Simon. Just walk on the above the surface of the water railing. Yes.
Now, of course, if whatever's over there circles back around to involving getting into the antechamber, then it would make sense if it didn't stay unlocked. But I can tell just looking at it, there's an open door there, and that it seems to probably connect back to all this stuff over here that I can't really do anything with just yet. But it actually clarifies something. Assuming that wraps around to be involved here. Oh, right. Can't go back this way. That would explain the whole minecart idea. Drag it so that you can get in here for some reason from the other direction. Or something. Okay. Well, I think I'm tapped out for now. Don't think there's anything more I could do. But, okay, the boiler room is obviously vital. I have these two maps, and now that I know where screenshots are, I'll put them together. Basement. There's a concealed entrance at 2. Cliffside exit. The rotating gear. Oh, this doesn't seem to be it. Or maybe there's some secret to rotating it that I haven't figured out. If I could ever get to the tomb with a lighter, there's a pretty intuitive, seemingly intuitive candle puzzle. But here's the big one. Either draft the tomb and then get the pump house and then get here through the tomb, or draft the boiler room, draft the pool, draft the pump house, connect the boiler room to the pump house, and then, having done so, use the reserve tank so that you can have both the drain fountain and this lowered. Just one unit to here so we can cross. The goal is clear. Now a lot depends on getting the right draws. Look at all this stuff ahead. Never got to use the broken lever. But knowing the broken lever exists is helpful. If and when I ever find a greenhouse, if I have the broken lever, we can open the south door to the antechamber. Great. All right. Well, let's call it a day. I did. Which is gratifying because I've had the treasure map before and didn't find the treasure. So yeah, learned a bunch today. It was frustrating to have that one run lock up, but in the end, progress. Mount Holly, the Garden Chateau. It's a full house. Pardon me, 45 rooms. Technically 46 if you count the bomb shelter. Looks gorgeous as a garden chateau. Okay. Good spot to shut her down for the day. So, where do we go from here? This week may or may not finally be the week where I can start doing some stuff like I'd meant to do the first week of May, but just things just keep happening. Maybe this week I can get some Lolo in off schedule. Maybe not. Failing that, what is definitely coming is on Wednesday. Greg's going to come over. And we're going to do Greg and James Beat 'em Up. We are getting so close. We only have 14 games left to play before we've played every Beat 'em Up through 1993. And I've got the emulation working for all of them. So it's just a matter of playing them now. So Greg and I will knock quite a few, I think, off our list next time. Then, normally, I mean, there's nothing. Don't think there's anything I can expose on my desktop, but nonetheless, Take that off. Yep. In the end, what can I complain about? I filled out the house. I learned some things. I put together what my procedure is going to be. King's Quest 8 is still installed. I'm not even sure how to uninstall it. I haven't even looked into whether I can, given the complicated way that I had to install it. I have one other old game that I like using an abandonware ISO file and like a fake disk drive and stuff. I managed to install an old game, immediately decided I didn't care about it, and then it won't. I can't figure it. It's just stuck. Its own uninstall program doesn't work. It doesn't appear on my list of like add remove programs. I don't know. But yeah, okay. So Wednesday, Greg and James beat him up. Friday, one more day for Jamie with the Friday Night Frosthaven crew because this scenario just it's dragging out. So appropriately, I guess, I'll get in drag and we'll play Frosthaven on Friday night. And then on next Saturday, more Suikoden. Unless this is when I start saying, all right, let's step up, do more drag streams. In which case, Jamie will play Leisure Suit Larry too. We'll see if she remembers anything that's happening in that game. I don't know. One of those two things. And then before you know it, it'll be Sunday. And we'll play some more Blueprints. I'm probably not going to keep Blueprints as the Sunday game while I obsess over the stretch goal stuff. But at least until I've had a successful run and entered the 46th room and inherited the manor, it's the Sunday game. I feel like we're closing in on that. So that's exciting. So hang tight for that. Stay excited. And onwards and upwards. Twirling, twirling, twirling. Sweet. Every now and then I should say the things like, I got a YouTube channel that is way non-current of the streams, but sometime soon I'm going to start getting through that backlog for the last few months. Like there's no Blueprints, there's no Suikoden, there's no Greg and James Beat 'em Up isn't up to date. So I got stuff to get up there on the YouTube. But there is a YouTube. You can find it in the About section. If you like the Starting Soon songs, they're composed by a young man, Aaron Hodges-Boyle. You can find his Bandcamp in the About section. Check it out. It's good music. And also, we have a Discord where if you ever want to get an update notice or hear about what games Stupinski's playing or occasionally get told. Well, you'll never find out again that one of my cats is passing away. But as I got some professional drag pictures done with a photographer friend for my birthday, they've started trickling in. I'll share those there. We can chat about things. But also just, schedule's kind of erratic sometimes. So even just getting those announcements can be helpful. Invite link in the Discord. In the About section. And that is all. You can subscribe if you want. And I am touched. I'm humbled, honestly. Like, why does anybody subscribe? Not that many people do. But it's cool if you do. It's also cool if you don't. That's the hard sell. Yeah. 58 Dream Street. If you stuck around to the end, thanks for sticking around to the end. If you came and you left, you can't hear my voice. I'm glad you stopped by anyway. So thanks for stopping by. And until the next time, when we're trying to get that reserve tank working together, take care of yourselves and be kind to everyone you meet.